Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? How's it going? Celexa, Dariel, hey, how you doing? How's it going? So today, we're back to the Great Ace Attorney 2, which I'm very excited about. I think it's gonna be a real good time. We are on, what was it, case 3? Yeah, case 3. And I'm real excited to get back to it. I want to see Madame Two Spells again. Oh, did I leave? Oh, yes, thank you, Zeal. I forget that sometimes. Thank you. I'm like, that's a lot of emotes. I wonder why Zeal's posting so many emotes. Oh, it's because it's all she can post. Oops. Whoops. Anyway. Look, it wouldn't be an Alistair stream if I didn't fuck something up in the first 5 minutes. Alright, so let's see here. How are we doing? Well, volume is, oh, game. Hello? Game, would you like to capture, perhaps? Oh, I see what the problem is. Hang on. Hold on. Give it a second. It's slow, but it'll do it. Come on. Come on, OBS, I believe in you. There we go. Okay, all right, now things are fine. Again, wouldn't be an Alistair stream if I didn't fuck up in the first 5 minutes. Anyway, so right, we left off the second day of investigation on case 3. So that's what we're doing today. Hurrah! Huzzah! I'm gonna turn the volume down just a teeny bit. There we go. Let's see. So I think there's still somewhere we haven't investigated yet. Mr. Sholmes doesn't appear here. Come back later. Okay. We need to spend a little more time investigating here. Missed something? Really? Okay, so I think we're gonna start with the prison today. Minx, hello, welcome on in. Oh, this man's lost his mind. Oh dear. Okay. All right. I took some science courses. Let me see if I can figure this out. Okay. So I denotes imaginary numbers. CH. What could that be? That could be I don't know. S stands for it stands for centrifugal force. This symbol that's a Greek symbol if you didn't know. It stands for gravity, right? Epsilon is used to denote the sum of things, or it can also be electromagnetism. T is torque, F is force, R is no, lowercase r is radius, capital R is rotational energy. Okay, mass and acceleration. Yes, force equals mass times acceleration over time. CH is Chris Hansen. No, that would be capital CH. Lowercase ch is actually, is that an H? It's hard to tell, but it looks like there's a little line that curves underneath it, like where the seam of the brick is. That could be a B. That could be CB, which we all know is equal to T. CB equals T. Anyway, I'm digging myself a hole here. What's he doing? Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, and who is this young lady? He's trying to find a way to justify paying for NFTs. No, see, if you try to do that, none of these would make any sense. You'd have to make up your own math for that. Besides, I feel like this guy is even if his experiment failed, I feel like he's probably too smart to buy into NFTs. Kitsumani, hey, welcome on in. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Okay, good. He caught himself. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. No. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell? Okay, we got a much more clear view of this now. So, this is the Pythagorean Theorem, right? This is alpha, this is beta, this is the right, wait, no. Is that a right angle? Hold on. Yes, that should be a right angle, I believe. You got, okay. These three dots, I do remember these three dots. This means therefore, okay? Anything with a line over it, the line over it means, like the imaginary version of it, like the opposite, sort of. So, like I said, where is it? I stands for imaginary, which is what you get if you take the square root of -1. You get an imaginary number. Okay, Minx, you might be right about that one. You might be right about that one. Let's see, that's E, T. You know, if I had taken like maybe 1 or 2 more physics courses, or just paid a little bit more attention in physics class, I might actually be able to... Oh, hold up, hang on. Look right here. Look, there's a seam. There's a seam in the texture. There's a teeny tiny little fuck up. Look at that. Look at that. Like it starts with an A there. It turns into an M there. Thank you for the Baba Booey. Look at that. Look at that. It fucks up. Incredible. Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see. I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually. This is my autobiography. What? Your autobiography? How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. How you were what now? Moving on. I'm not touching that one. Not with a 30-foot pole. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, An Odd Birth and Odd Upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman, and by that aloof engineer Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Okay. Not. He was diddled and he was fiddled. Well, you have to understand, Minx, this is the 1800s. Prison guards were maybe a bit less willing to give you like a paper in that age. Also we're in Britain. I don't know how British security guards act. I don't know. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Give me a second. I'm gonna like close my door like halfway. There. I have closed my door to my room like halfway. I don't want my voice to carry all the way out into the hallway outside. Because the walls around it here are just maybe a bit thin. And if I get like a little shouty, they'll probably hear me in like the apartment across the hallway from me. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? You've done something wrong without knowing. If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know? Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Oh, really? Interesting. Go on. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. Yeah, maybe more than just a couple flaws. Maybe more than just like one or two. Maybe more like 10 or 20. What about the Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the whole kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. We're talking about Mr. Asman, by the way. Mr. Asman with a lot of gold. You could call him, perhaps, Asman Gold. Anyway. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality... Yep. Yes. I felt that coming. I knew that was coming. Thank you, Alexa. It's like as soon as I said it, I'm like, I know what's coming. I know. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. And now I feel it in my face. Now that the frying pan is impacted with my nose. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. Zealothia? but none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try and earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. As Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber the engineer. Let's go. Okay. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Mabel, hello! Welcome on in. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instant.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink.
Thank you, Mabel.
Bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Thank you for the hydrate. Don't worry, Mabel. It's important. It needs to be loud enough to interrupt me, so I actually like notice it and actually take the sippy. Oh, you got a COVID test. Was it like a rapid one? Do you have the results, or is it going to be like a couple days? I hope it's not COVID, and I hope whatever it is, you feel better soon. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. A few days? Okay. Well, here's hoping. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. You think you maybe could have led with that? Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Yes, come on, out with it, man! So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulae and use that instead. I love this man, this absolute mad scientist. What do you think, Miss Susato? How do machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. Ryunosuke's like, yeah, nothing new to me anymore. I'm used to the disappointment. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Susato. I'm sure he... Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card for... His business card once. It's right here, look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Oh, she was ready to throw. That's absolutely certain. You saw her hands, right? That pose? That's the pose she uses to throw people. If he weren't behind those bars, he would be across the room right now. Susato smells of wife material. Jesus. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? An Octreber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Trevor's card has been entered into the court record. Alright, let's see. Let me see. Oh, there's some symbols on it. Oh, what's this? Little grease stain. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on there. Ah, yes, very fragrant, you see, what's that smell, machine oil, perhaps, and, yes, perhaps, if you get that reference, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you get that reference. And if you don't, I'm not explaining it. Good lord. Anyway. These symbols here. Can we investigate these symbols? No? Alright then. You were gonna make a horrible joke? Mabel, it's probably not worse than the actual source of the reference I was just making. Or it's the same. It could be the same. But, you know. Anyway, I think we're done here. I think we're done here. We're gonna move on. We're gonna go to, let's check the forensics laboratory. Apparently we're still missing something here. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's make that joke. Well, Mabel, I couldn't stop you if I wanted. Let's see. Okay, so apparently there's still something here. But, like, I think I've investigated everything. Like, every part where the cursor, like, highlights, it's got a check mark next to it. So I think... I don't know, maybe I come back here later? I don't know. Supposedly there's something still here, but, like, I don't see nothing. Yeah, I feel we need to spend more time investigating here. I don't think so. I wonder if the evidence we were given by him will be useful. Is there anything else we can do here? I don't think so. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo, with such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go. How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Let's get a whiff of that baker's dozen. Oh, I mean, it's mildly less bad than the actual source of that reference. Mabel. Check Madam Two spells again. Maybe he's here now. No, still nothing here. What am I missing? Are you sure we've asked everything we need to, Mr. Naruhodo? Okay, so we probably need to, like, present a piece of evidence, right? Nope, not this. I feel like there's got to be something. So that's that's a crossbow. Screwdriver, wooden bird cage. I don't think Gina would know anything. Oh, Gina does know something about this. Okay, cool. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if ain't too much bleeding trouble. Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out this is very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff, then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby? Right! I forgot about Toby! Sniffing oil, not doing lines. Look, you gotta smell real hard to smell the oil. You gotta make sure all the chemicals get lodged in your brain. You gotta make sure they get past the blood-brain barrier, and you know, they get in there. Because it's machine oil, so it'll lubricate your brain to make you think faster. Well, you gotta aerate it. You gotta aerate it. Coat the tongue. Aerate it. That's 10. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. All right then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Wait, when did you... What's a pickpocket? Well, I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Otto. Leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here for all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. Why not both? Oh, no. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to the swindler's workshop. I'm not sniffing chat. I'm sniffing the oil. I'm trying to get some oil in my brain so I can think better. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Unbridled rage. Well, hopefully the sniffing is done now, and I say that like for my own sake too, because if I think if I keep doing that, I'm going to like I'm gonna like do that thing where you like get pressure in your ears and you have to yawn a whole bunch to make it pop. Pheromones, Jesus Christ. They will stop. All right, let's go to the forensics laboratory, maybe. I think I'm also, like, giving myself, like, a stuffy nose by just, like, sniffing that much. Let me see. Damn it, your nasal cavities may else be in there. Jesus Christ. Please, please, I just want to find whatever the hell I'm missing in this room. Where is it, please? I will slowly sweep from side to side. Has to be here somewhere. It says I'm missing something. I don't know if that's like, if that means it's like here and I need to find it, or it means oh, wait. There! How did I miss that book? Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? By buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances, and scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? Yeah, that would be more than like... That'd be what? Hang on. Let me do some quick math. Some quick math. That would be more than 10 scalpels per day. Almost 20 scalpels per day. It probably smells like lavender bath bombs mixed with shame and sin. I'll have you know my my shampoo for today was strawberry scented. Thank you. There is no shame. I am ashamed of nothing. And I'm a pure boy who has never committed a sin except crime. I supposedly thievery is a sin. But that's the only kind of sin. Crime is sin. Yes. I'm not ashamed of you. Not usually. Think of good tobacco smoke and a good cologne. Uncle Bill is old food, sweat, vomit sometimes, and like cheap alcohol. Yeah, that's about right. Thirstiest communities, the side of Twitch. Hey, I'm not doing any cultivation. Y'all are doing that yourselves. It's like a cycle. It's like the Ouroboros eating its own tail. Ah. Oh, hello. Oh, that's right. She's the forensics lady. We've met her. The instant reaction, Mabel. God damn. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Stronghorse. Stronghorse? No! Not Stronghorse! Strongheart! Fuck! Fuck me! No, it's not a Freudian slip. Shut up. It's not. No, I was just thinking about Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. That's all. You know that song. The one goes it's like the cowboys show up and they're reading the letter and it goes a murder would be fine, of course. Giddy up, it's time. Sign bad horse. Bad horse, bad horse, bad horse, bad horse. The thoroughbred of evil. The thoroughbred of evil. Da, 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 da. You got the application that you just sent in. It needs evaluation, so let the games begin. And then I don't remember all the words. You don't know anything. Nobody, shut up! Yes, thievery is a sin. Thou shalt not steal. And I steal? I have stolen. I will steal. Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Oh wait, wrong button. Look, y'all don't know what you're talking about. And that's all I'm saying. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene. The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asmon who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? I want you to know, I see what you're saying, chat, and I am deliberately ignoring you. My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Oh, cool mask. Mama? What is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Oh! This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke... Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one up? Okay, I need to, like, differentiate their voices. Hang on. So... Dr. Scythe will have perhaps a deeper voice. And the daughter shall have a higher voice. I've never seen an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. Just a little bit worried about this. She scares me. I don't know that I like this one. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. And let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Two-Spell's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. I don't know, I'm gonna investigate her one more time, so what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato. I think perhaps it's time we left. All right then. Let's get going. Let's go see Mr. Sholmes, shall we? I'm excited to see him again. I'm also just really excited to see Madame Two Spells again. Like really excited to see her again. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. There he is. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Hello, Madam Two Spells. How you doing? Are you doing well today? what a lovely day, isn't it? How have you been? Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb, oh? That's right, she has a French accent, I forgot. That's very important. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Okay, so let's take a little look around, shall we? Yeah, I'm trying to click the arrow. All right, Sholmes, come on. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? look at him go. Look at him go. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. Susato-san! Susato-san! She just passed right out. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty, free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand. Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the Waxwork Abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Oh, Mabel, oh no. Oh. I hope they get better quickly. I hope it's not like... I hope it's like a very mild case. I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope your case is like mild as well then. Yeah, it's a good thing you've got your vaccinations. God, that reminds me, I still need to schedule my booster. I'm gonna do that after stream. Because it's like, it's not like it's, there haven't been, like, cases around me. I live in not a big city, but it's a city. There's a lot of people. And, you know, I live in or rather, I work in a place where, I hear, I can hear someone talking about being an anti-vaxxer, like, not, like, just a couple cubicles from me. He's like, people talk about vaccinations, and he's like, oh yeah, government's injecting you with baby fetuses. I'm like, what? Are you fucking stupid? No, sorry, that's a rhetorical question. You are fucking stupid. It makes me angry. It upsets me. I don't really enjoy being around those fucking people there. I don't like being around those people. At the very least, the other, like, guy that I know that, like, is, like, pretty right-leaning was, like, talking against him, like, no, they're not. The mRNA ones, they don't have that. There's no way a microchip is fitting into those tiny-ass needles. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you, like, look at the needles that they use to, like, microchip, like, you know, animals, yeah, they're pretty fucking big, dude. They're pretty big. For fuck's sake, you're an engineer. You work in an engineering firm. How are you that fucking stupid? How do you not know how to do, like, 10 minutes of research? How do you not know how to check your fucking sources? I'd love to know where he's getting that information from, but I'm not gonna fucking confront him over that shit. I'm not bothering. It's not worth my fucking time. Anyway. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. Those are all things you want to yell at Randy Pitchford while troubleshooting his PC? God bless Minx. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, I do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Two-Spells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Yes. So I want to ask you... Oh, I don't even get to ask you about what happened with the waxwork. Okay, then. Tell me about Enoch Drebber, then. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, we'll show him the business card in a moment. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. What's with all the cryptic shit, Sholmes? What aren't you telling us? Oh, Minx, you getting a brownie? I want a brownie too. Give me a brownie. I want brownie too. I'm also getting hungry. Oh yeah, I think if I investigate this, he might tell us about the waxwork. Ah, yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh yeah, the guy that was sleeping in that chair isn't there anymore. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Yeah, it's almost as if the dev team had a budget or something, you know? Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know. And in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. Did you know that according to the description, the bathtub in the back, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory. Fill the tub with blood. Anything else here? Let's investigate this. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the cultured unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him off. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. No. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Susato smash? Ayo? Is this going to proc a stepladder argument? Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? I just got an achievement! I just got an achievement for that called the top rung. Oh god, I love this game. Isn't that a ladder? God damn it, Minx! Shut up, Minx! No! Stop it! we're not doing this. Being for reals. No, it's a stepladder! Stop it! If you don't actually know the joke, that's even funnier though. Okay, if you're not all that familiar with Ace Attorney games, Minx, in every game, there is a reference to an argument that takes place in the first game, where Phoenix and Maya argue about whether a ladder is a ladder or a step ladder. Oh, step ladders can be very tall. I've seen step ladders that are like 6 feet tall. But yeah, in every Ace Attorney game, there's an argument about is it a ladder or a step ladder? Hell, even like a game that takes a lot after the Ace Attorney games, Aviary Attorney, has a similar argument. And they even reference it as being an age-old argument of, you know, ladder versus step ladder. God. I love that stupid fucking meme so much. Oh, that's right, we have a picture of Drebber. We can just show that to Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Right. Those heavy curtains at last. Okay. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Really charge someone in a museum to see an exhibit if you don't own the museum? Well, that's the point, Minx. He's swindling us. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. October 23rd, Madame Two-Spell's special exhibit. The man ain't got no head. Why the man ain't got no head? So no head. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now that I'm looking a little more closely... We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Largely solved, but not entirely. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will still get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Alright, well, let's start with the most glaring fact. The man ain't got no head! This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Two-Spell said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? It's like all the models in this place. I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Let's see. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by the guillotine. But unable to find peace, he reemerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Like me! Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know the face of the infamous... we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? Oh. I bet I know. I bet that's the glass from the Crystal Tower window. You know, when this, so the waxwork, they made a waxwork to look like, Mr. Asman. And this crashed through the window, which, caused a piece of the window glass to get caught in the jacket. I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. Aw, yeah, baby! But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Yeah. Look at me. Look at me and my big, big brain, baby. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is that just a coincidence? Hang on, there's something in his hand, isn't there? Or is that just, like, rubble from, like, dirt? I guess that's all that is. Alright, I think that appears to be all that there is to investigate here, at least. Alright, let's see. Doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan. Graveyards are scary. As lawyers for crossing into police work. Yeah, that's just how all the Ace Attorney games go. You do some investigating yourself, and especially in like the main trilogy, the prosecution really likes to like withhold information from you, which is it's supposed to be a parody on Japanese courts, which have a extremely notorious I believe it's a 95% conviction rate. If you're accused of a crime in Japan, you will almost certainly be found guilty. They are very, very, very harsh on suspected criminals. Believe me, it is not innocent until proven guilty in Japan. And the prosecution is constantly, like, against you, and the police work more closely with the prosecution than with the defense. So it's very much on the defense to do their own investigating and evidence gathering. If they can't do that, then the prosecution is going to have all the evidence, and the defense will have nothing. So this is legal. In this world, yes. Basically. Especially in the 1800s, when the concept of crime scene tampering wasn't really as wasn't really considered much of a problem. Now I come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a British grave. According to what I've read, the custom in Britain is to bury the dead as they are, without cremation. What? But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people while they're still alive. I'm not sure that would be worse than accidentally incinerating people while they're still alive. I think we can both agree that it's best not to still be alive when our time comes then. And what am I to say to that? Excellent, words to live by, or die by. Look at this owl. Look at this owl fella in the back. I like him. He's cool. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Let's see, let's look all around then. Let me see the man's face! I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Oh. Quite a face you got there. Ah. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Oh. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, toot dis sweet, as Madam would say it, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Is there more to investigate on this one, though? Yeah, let me look a little bit closer. There's, like, other things I haven't investigated on this yet. Pretty sure. This camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Oh, okay. We're just gonna borrow the camera. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Alright, let's see. Is there anything else to note here? That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Let's see, what about this shovel you got here? Can I get a look at that shovel? I'd like to look at that shovel. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato. Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, come on. Come on now. No. No, we're not doing this. We're not having a cousin to the ladder v stepladder debate. Please. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although we haven't considered. Good job, Minx! You did it! Yeah! Minxie! Ahead of the game! God damn! We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in a graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Good fucking God. All right. Let's look at what's on the camera, shall we? Oh my god. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san. She looks devastated. Take a look at the lens. Oh! Oh! What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Professor Strongheart should probably keep his, pocket watch away from Susato. Also, there's a bloodstain inside the camera. Why is there a bloodstain inside the camera? What is it? On the bellows, just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. That's bizarre. Why would there be blood on this camera? Alright, let's talk to Sholmes. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life. He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. It has to be Drebber, right? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And when the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Two-Spell's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? Yeah, what was Drebber doing out here? Especially with a shovel. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Logate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been where it had been following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white. If that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. I'm wondering if the professor was, like, a twin sibling of Asmund's, maybe. Or, I don't know. Asmund is involved in all of this somehow. He's related to the professor in some way. He has to be. I can't think of any other explanation, especially when we consider... Hello, Gina. I'll get to you in a minute, okay? When you consider the fact that the waxwork is missing its head, so as to prevent people from being able to identify it, and it has a piece of the Crystal Tower's, like, glass window in it, that implies this wax model smashed through the glass of the Crystal Tower, and it probably looks an awful lot like Asmund. So, I don't know. We'll see. But I think the professor and Asmund have to be related. They have to at least look similar. What the bleeding Nora, Otto? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina! Not so loud in the museum. Madame Two-Spells will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... All right, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Unamused, hey, welcome on in. I'm glad you can make it. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Was that a negligent discharge of her weapon? To be fair, that's not a police weapon. That's just like a smoke bomb launcher. So, it's not dangerous. Probably. You found Drebber's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it down. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then. See you there. I love Gina. She's the best. Hugo, don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hurt me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. Off he goes. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Right, let's go. Honestly, Ryunosuke really should have taken that, like, 300 guineas from, what was his name? Oh, God. The Irishman. Fuck, what was his name? I've forgotten already. The shady Irishman. Oh, well, whatever. He had, like, a shady name, too. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here, then? Magnus McGilded, that's it. McGilded! Right. Yeah, like, Naruhodo should have taken the 300 guineas from, McGilded. He'd never be strapped for cash again. That's a what? It's the instantaneous kinesis machine. It's a teleportation device, and it's the center of this case. We're working, so mostly lurking, but has it been mentioned Toby is the name of Sherlock's dog from the books? Oh, that makes sense. I feel like if I had read the Sherlock Holmes books, I would be picking up on all these like cool little references. They have teleportation in the fucking 80s. No. See, all right, I'll recap the case really quickly for anyone who happens to be new. So, at the Great Fair, the World's Fair that Britain is putting on right now, there was they show off all kinds of like scientific inventions, right? One of which is the instantaneous kinesis machine, which is this. It's supposed to be capable of teleportation. The man who made it, the scientist who designed it, is Professor Harebrain, or Dr. Harebrain, anyway. The man who was supposed to be the subject of the first teleportation at the live demonstration was Mr. Odie Asman. He was teleported, supposedly, and crashed through the window of the Crystal Tower and was found dead, with his neck broken, supposedly from the high fall. So the original thing the prosecution told us was that the instantaneous kinesis machine teleported him high up in the air, because Asman was supposed to be teleported to the top of the Crystal Tower. He was supposed to land safely, but he was teleported too high and was thus, teleported midair and just fell through the fucking window and died. And they were calling that murder. We have exposed that the kinesis machine was actually an elaborate trick, and that it was built by an engineer who was very familiar with stage magic. And when we investigated the actual machine, we found that there was something that looked very much like a trap door, which would have very easily been able to let someone fall through and hide them, so it could look like someone was teleported. Over the course of the case, we found out that a hot air balloon was popped at some point during the exhibition. A balloon was popped. We found a crossbow, which very easily could have popped that balloon. We found a fragment of that balloon, and we found a piece of the Crystal Tower's glass on a wax exhibit in Madame Tuspel's wax museum. So right now, my running theory is that the waxwork was hung by that balloon. The balloon was popped so that the waxwork would fall through the glass. The waxwork was designed to look very much like Asman, and then at some point, the waxwork and the body were swapped. So Asmund was killed somewhere else via a breaking of the neck. But what we're finding out right now, what we've been told, is that the corpse that was found in the Crystal Tower and the Asmund that was on the supposed teleportation machine are the same person because his fingerprints are in both places. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who's the miracle worker. Precious dog. Ah, I thought you'd wanted to show up before long. Why are his eyes clenched shut? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we've only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zykes and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. Alright. Let's see. I want to take a look at these tools first. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Somehow, I don't think that matters right now. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of perception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor, and nothing. Not even a loose bone for Toby here. My dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Toby is such a good boy. He's a very good dog. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh! Well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't stay mid-air unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? An impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist would wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than the conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Fascinating. Let me check the record on that real quick. Investigate that, yeah? There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Nothing on the bottom. Huh. I guess I was expecting a little bit more. What else we got around here? This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. The arrows, the bolts, the crossbow bolts! This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Oh, excellent! Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. He got away! Oh my, someone is in there. Ah, this rotten, bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were continenced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Click. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Yo. That's a bomb! 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 Why is there a bomb in here? We should handle the bomb, I think. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Why is there a bomb? Why is there a bomb? Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. There's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Are you sure about that? I'm seeing some footprints. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me. What have we here then? How did you walk past the bomb without noticing it? Can someone please mention the fucking bomb? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? That Professor Hairbrain's balmy machine, is it? Blimey! If we'd had these, there'd been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. The bomb! The bomb! This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. You must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrives too. The bomb! The bomb? The bomb! There's a bomb in the room, please! Someone! Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. Never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large... Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say... a time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? Eh? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Aldo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Is it not a bomb, then? Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Sato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh boy. I really am curious what's the deal with that bomb. Like actually, seriously, why is there a bomb here? It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that... You know, he's right. Even the dresser is completely upside down. Oh, a safe code. Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly One more time. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I clearly understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. Great. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. The anti-gravity device. Yes. Of course it is. All right, then. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Trevor before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Great! Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you're entirely correct about that one. Good God. Teleportation, anti-gravity. Man, the 1800s were like a super advanced time. This feels like someone describing like the ancient advanced civilization from like any sci-fi universe. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Trevor's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. By inverting the gravity in here, Trevor was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Trevor have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Look, Mr. Freeman! Ropes! We can use these to cross bridges! We can use these to cross large gaps! By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Trevor was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Aha. Okay. Gregson looks like he's about to lose it. Gina wasn't paying attention. Miss Susato is just... she's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century... It's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. That's an actual Sherlock Holmes quote. I recognize that one. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied onto the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Alright, here we go. Let's fix this. Alright, so the room's in disarray. Everything's upside down. And I do agree, it looks like everything has just fallen from the ceiling. Like the way everything is like perfectly upside down. Like this is upside down, these are upside down. The only thing that's like bothering me is the fact that the pictures are fine. Gravity. Repair that technology as it was, right. I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. I must completely discount the idea at once. Maybe the entire room rotated? Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. You have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Oh, that was your theory, Alexa? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Ah, and if you look here, this is bolted to the ground. The safe is bolted to the floor. Ah, look, Mr. Sato. Everything seems to be upside down in here. The safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. If it was rotated, wouldn't the stuff have slid across the floor? Yeah, but I think it would have, it depends on how fast the room, like, turned around. But a lot of this stuff probably would have tumbled in a way that's upside down. This lamp is a little strange, though. Like, for this lamp to be perfectly upside down, and for the table to be perfectly upside down, too, is a little strange. And then this vase is right side up. Yeah, I think he was trying to, like, just make it look like everything was upside down. I don't know. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. Like, yeah, look, the stove is bolted down, too. Yeah, I think this is, what we go with here. No? Unlike every other piece of furniture in the room, this safe is not upside down, so a reversal in gravity can't have been the reason for the state of this room. I implore you to observe more closely. As you can see, the safe's feet are firmly bolted to the floor, saving it from any effects of gravity. Oh, so it is. There's one thing we can learn from your misguided conclusion. A good deduction is no mean feat. Ugh. Can we at least make jokes at my expense funny? That's not quite it. Let's see. Let me try that again. There's gotta be something else around here that, like... It's weird that it's not, like, getting a check mark. I thought these things usually got check marks. Maybe there's something else over here. It's all inverted furniture. What else could there be? What else? The only thing I can, like, find that I can, like, investigate is, like, the... Oh, wait, the... Oh, this vase! Okay. I was talking about this vase earlier. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. It doesn't make it good. Wait, what? What? No, the vase. The vase! Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Yeah, here we go.
Take that!
This is what we need. Those flowers are right side up. Then they didn't just drop from the ceiling. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. Why is he carrying a katana? That belonged to Kazuma, his best friend, who he believed for a while was dead. If you remember that apprentice that Van Zykes had, that, you know, we decided was, like, these two recognized as being Kazuma. Yeah, that's his katana. Naruhodo is holding on to it as, like, a keepsake, you know, in memory of his friend. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite. And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Well, I saw that earlier. Hang on. Yeah, safe combination. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe, 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure. As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. Well, I can't pan the camera over to see the safe, so I'm going to assume that that is... Oh, I should look at this, too. That's a coal-burning heater, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake in it, boil and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes. That seems like having your cake and eating it, too. Not unlike a heated kotatsu cable with a nabe hot pot, a mikan orange, a cat, and an elderly relative. Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you? Yeah, you can't eat a kettle. You can eat elderly people, though. I hear elderly people are very, you know, they got like the flavor of aged meat, like an aged steak. You know, very high class cuisine. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down inside the cover of a book, just in case. That's it. While people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would see... Yeah. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray tell, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! While people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I turned my room upside... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Got it. Nice. Yeah, Kitsumani, you can eat the elderly. It's entirely possible. It's probably illegal, but, you know, you can. You maybe shouldn't, but you could. Anything's food. At least once. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain our actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Because of the nearby skylight. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Ooh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Oh, perhaps the Conspicuous Balloon! This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon, too. Look. Oh, yes. Surely that's a clue, isn't it? What it tells us, I'm not sure. Oh, interesting.
Take that!
What? That's not right. Huh? Being able to fly freely in the sky, that has been mankind's dream for centuries. And of course, the balloon is the invention that made that dream come true. Mr. Trevor, clearly a man of dreams, used the balloon to ascend to the ceiling and plant his feet on the roof. I take no pleasure in delivering bad news, but the undeniable truth is, it's clearly too small. What? I knew you were going to say that. My dear fellow, then you are twice the fool. If people could fly in such small balloons, why would anybody ever manufacture larger ones? I despair your lack of common sense at times, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, that really hurts, coming from you. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, one more time. There are footprints on the balloon, which is something important. What else could there be around here? Let's see the skylight a little bit more. Hang on. Looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, if you wanted to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way. Yes, that's true, but even so... And right next to the only escape route, we notice some telltale footprints. Nevertheless, as we've said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there. Powerful springs in the soles of the man's shoes could. Are you even having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Sholmes? Like, it looks like, my guess is that this is a hatch that can open, right? And when he landed on it, he just left. Or the whole room turns around, as we've mentioned as a possibility. Oh, there's a shoe. There's a shoe up there. Hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look. Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged. Do you think? So, then judging by the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anybody be throwing shoes up the ceiling, though? Oh dear, it's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
Yeah, here we go. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say... If we assume the balloon in here and the model of the one is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Dreba intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. We just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Yeah.
Take that!
The crossbow. We just shoot it down, like the actual balloon was shot down. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. The man had only brought it away with him that day. he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is that Enoch-Drebber? What is it that Enoch-Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Let's see. Oh! That's the missing waxwork head, isn't it? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans tête, earlier today, was none other than Enoch-Drebber. So yeah, the whole stage show, the whole, like, trick really was orchestrated by Drebber, like, down to the waxwork model. Which means Drebber is more than likely our murderer. Professor Harebrain's case and the Waxwork Abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch-Drebber's workshop. Fascinating. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of these skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. He's inside the safe! If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch-Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... That is a pretty large safe! Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch-Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Let's crack it open. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Aw, that's cool. Alright, let's crack that sucker open, man! I mean, even if they didn't have the combination just, like, written out in the open, I am a thief. I am very well versed at cracking safes. I could have that thing open in, like, 2 minutes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. There he is! You found me. The man's got some fucking moves. Did you see him? He was schmovin'. I understand, Unamused. I completely understand why he lives in your head rent-free. I think he's about to start living in my head rent-free. Holy shit. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. God, what kind of voice do we give this man? He looks... God. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two Spells as well. What kind of voice to give him? He's kind of like gaunt, right? I feel like he would have a bit of a raspy voice, perhaps, and perhaps a bit deeper, given his mechanical parts and limbs and whatnot. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Give him your best, Tim Curry. Wait, which Tim Curry? There's a lot of Tim Currys. There's fucking, Dr. Frankenfurter Tim Curry. But there's also, I'm going to go the one place where their capitalism cannot reach. Space! Ah. Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then? No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. You trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist! I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. So yes, not an anti-gravity device. Still can't believe we were nearly blown up. What was that sideways glance in aid of, Mr. Naruhodo? I thought that deducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Trevor has to say for himself. Any other, hints around here? I guess not. Huh, okay. Let's talk with this man. That one witch movie he's sang in. I don't know that I know that one. What on earth happened in here? You've found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you are able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. Zeal? Hello, Zeal. Welcome on in. I see you're joining us for meeting Mr. Enoch Drebber. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. You're an amazing robot husbando. Nice. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. You also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon amongst the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set this parcel ticking, well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. And this man is just dripping in innuendo, isn't he? I'm not going to be screwed down. I don't want to be nailed. Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It is specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You made beans? What the fuck? Oh my god. A lot of you. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Just staring at Sholmes. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in already? Or been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough! What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? And Sholmes knows, like, everyone, dude. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell you... Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? What do you... That one? You mean... Oh, no. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Oh, shit. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, one machine, gone, destroyed. Its secrets, like a lot of evidence just got destroyed. Jesus Christ. Oh, and Zeal, that is the forensics, lady. She does autopsies and stuff. She's, the coroner, that's the word. Coroner. All right. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to reign calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. A husbando and a waifu on the same case? Sign me the fuck in! Absolutely. Also, Sholmes, you talked over that man while I was looking away. Hang on. What was he saying? Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Yeah, we have 2 wives. That's right. We have Madame Two Spells as well. 2 wives, a husband. God. And I mean, well, he wasn't introduced this one, but there's 2 husbands as well, because we also have Van Zykes, of course. But that's the obvious one. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. That is a strong, deep sleeper. Jesus. God, Minx, you're not wrong. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Oh, hang on, my nose is like really itchy. Don't mind if my model goes a little nuts right now. Oh. Okay, we're good. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
Drink water, drink water.
That mass murderers? Thank you, Zeal, for the hydrate.
Drink water, bitch.
I will do just that, thank you. Chums, I hate that word. Don't use it like that. Wait, which word? Hang on. What word did he use? Wait, hang on. Oh, I missed it. Whatever. Well. Anyway. Probably refill your water before stream? Yeah, fair. That mass murderers who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Oh, impregnable! Come on, Zeal. That's not what that means. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Miller's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. God damn it, Biggs. Anyway. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to... not click that fast this time. Today we're going to lay it all to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. Trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Let's go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Let's see.
In her name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and the defense ready to proceed?
Oh, he's got his... He brought Cosimo with him. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zykes has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zykes.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Yo? Therefore, I instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. He even gave him another sword! And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia. There's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. We'll take a man's life with the conjuring. What voice did I give this guy? Fuck. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And, then settle it on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
Throw a wine glass at his... I can't wait for him to accidentally throw a wine glass at his apprentice's face. You're right. I can't wait for this. The duo animations are going to be so good. I'm so excited.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zykes.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons.
It was... what? An explosion? This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Trevor.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Ah, damn. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zykes rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by the machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zykes, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. There he is. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Guess why I do feel as though I've seen it before somewhere.
Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Also, our investigators indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. God, look at him schmoove. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What?
Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But...
We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. And here we go. People already asking Van Zykes to crush their spines. Excellent, excellent. It starts early. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago. through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely, to give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigations of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in the science there. Every time Drebber does that little smirk. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, I can see why that smirk would definitely get some people. Let's see. So, let me take a little look through my, evidence again. Alright, let's see. The crossbow, photograph of the victim, autopsy report. Was broken from the impact of a violent fall. He was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Driver. Let's see, is there anything I can glean from, like, investigating this? This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. Really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Okay. I've investigated that. I've investigated that. I should take a closer look at this, though. Right? Let's see. Ah, now there's the lock, right? This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. No, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Okay. got there. I should look at these papers that I got. Condemned prisoner. Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym, the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. That's it? That's all it gives us? Courtney Stevens. Okay. Let me investigate this photographic print a little bit closer. Well, there's the trap door, like, opening wide. So that's cool. Investigate this a bit. Ooh, I didn't see that before. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. All of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Leaving the man inside tragically dead. That all? Oh, so, okay. Gotta make sure we've got, like, all of the information here. Right, I already investigated that one. Being professor 1 year ago, Mr. Asman's introduction, blueprints. God, let me press this a bit.
Hold it!
His hair's so long, perfect for pulling a Zeal, come on now! Jesus Christ. Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It was beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the crystal tower. Fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Alright. Hang on real quick. We're going to save real quick. Alright. I know what it's looking for. It wants me to bring up the wax sculpture, right? Is it too early to do this? I wonder.
Objection!
Too early. Damn. Alright, well. That's what save scumming is for, isn't it? I know what it wants me to... I know the lead it wants me to go for.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had a broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Let's see, what else? Let me press this a little bit. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery. I think it's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining. I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Let's see.
Hold it!
Gotta keep pressing here. I'm not sure. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
I'm really not sure. So you understand the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in an instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, the experimental end results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. We're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, and we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. See if the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zuyck's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Let's see. Must be something. Could be this, right?
Objection!
Fuck, that's not it either. Damn. It's gotta be this statement. I feel like it has to be, right? Let's see, what else? The birdcage appear above their heads. Okay, I don't think I can dispute that. Provide me with blueprints and construct the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. It's the waxwork. I have to present something about the waxwork. I'm positive. But I don't know what. No, Drebber and Van Zykes are not friends. The accused, Professor Hairbrain and Van Zykes are friends. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I've been barking up the wrong tree. Hold a moment. I see. Appear above their heads and then crash head first into the crystal tower. Well, there's a little itty-bitty teeny-tiny problem with that.
Objection!
The damage to the birdcage is on its base, not its head. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base, so we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness!
Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. It wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zykes. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. They're British, why are they using feet and not meters by default? For the American audience, probably. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Ugh, I nearly had him there. God? The kinesis clearly took place, because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Come on now. We already understand the goddamn, we understand the balloon. Goodness gracious. Let me press this just to make sure there's not, like, more details hidden behind it. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Oh, I see what it's going for now. I see what it's trying to say. There's nowhere else a birdcage could have fallen 30 feet. But that's wrong. That's very incorrect. As we can see right here, there's a big old trap door. Let me see. I think that's the only... Let's see. I think that's the only piece of information that actually helps with that. Yeah? Yeah. So this is the experimentation stage after it was leveled by the time bomb. Well, here's the unfortunate thing, Trevor. You leveled the stage, but you didn't level the, you know, entire big-ass column that it was built on top of.
Objection!
What? That's not it? The birdcage fell through the trap door.
Hold it!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. But yeah, I think they're trying to bait me into revealing the trap door in the stage, right? And that photograph pretty clearly shows the trap door. Like, it has to be, right? Or is it saying, you know, the balloon? Is this where I present, like, the balloon? Is this what it's after?
Objection!
No, it's not after that. I'm so confused. I don't know what it's asking me here. Is it do I need to prove that the kinesis didn't take place because there's another way for the birdcage to have fallen through the crystal tower? Or that there's another spot somewhere other than above the tower that a birdcage could have fallen 30 feet? God. I don't think that is gonna do it. I'm really not quite sure. Is it that?
Objection!
Oh, they wanted that diagram? God damn it. That's stupid. The trapdoor picture should have worked too, because that's obviously what they're trying to get at.
Objection!
Alright, whatever. Little weird, but, you know, I'll take it. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternate location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen, the requisite 30 feet.
Right here.
Take that!
If it had fallen from here, birdcage would have plummeted the same 30-foot
Objection.
distance. That's my loaded flint. Oh, oops. Oh, what? No, what? Huh? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Was I too far down? Is that not right? Do I need to do it here?
Take that!
Okay, fine. You're being nitpicky. All right. Place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height as above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, the birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor in the machine is undone!
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Ugh. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
God, that's such a cool animation. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ah. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? I have to think of everything myself. I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zykes?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So, you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide at the mark. Lord Van Zykes, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I would have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. Prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Yeah, let's nail this fucker down. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Those circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. It points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Mr. Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Yes! Definitely. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. That inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord?
you have received a stark warning already. You are nevertheless determined. And I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Let me see here. Who have we met so far? Alright, I gotta think about this carefully then. So, let's see. Well, we can rule out you. I can't imagine that he'd be an accomplice in his own murder. Can't imagine that. Plus, he wouldn't have been able to swap the bird cages if he was dead. It's not him. It's not Hairbrain. It's not Gene. It's not you. I can't imagine it's Balthazar Loon. It's not the fucking, Prince Boy. So that leaves two options. It's Madame Two Spells, or it's Courtney Scythe. Courtney. Oh, I see. And being that she's a member of the forensics team and a police officer, she could very easily forge forensic results. She could swap the bird cages. She could swap the bodies. She's in a position to do that with, you know, maybe perhaps not getting caught. I think this is our answer.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Sure it will be all right, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. All right, then. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, and there must have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I can present evidence. Because I know how it happened. I can tell you quite certainly. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious! Evidence! I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the birdcage was in fact... It's all right, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Who brought that in? When did that get here? Excuse me? Who brought that in?
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussfeld's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Yeah, we got him now. We got him now. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
I like how she just holds the corn up. Smack desk with corn! Was that a child? Great question. I'm not sure. Either a child or a very, very short lady. Just waiting for Renosuke to tell someone, if you'd let me finish, I would answer your questions. Yeah, really. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
Defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask that you now state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
I've known that woman for years.
She'd never been accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way... Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. He's just chilling back there.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must.
What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy, too. Even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Can't bring guns into court? He's a police officer! What do you mean? He's a police officer. He probably just, like, flashed his badge, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay. You're the police officer. You can take your gun. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, hell, they let fucking Naruhodo in with a katana. I don't know. Also, 1800s. You gotta remember it's the 1800s. Laws were probably a bit more lax about that sort of thing back then. Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Did you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. Norhardo, Van Sykes, and The Apprentice all have swords on them currently. That's true. It is Britain, but it's like 1800s Britain, so, you know.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? Man behind those murders on the Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies, and it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to the... I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. That's the woman's stance, and perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. I've had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much. Let's see something. So, here's the thing. It's only a first name to go on. But here's what we know. The coroner. Courtney Scythe. That's her name. She's Courtney Scythe, right? So, let me take a look at something here. So this is the coroner's report from, right? Autopsy report of the mass murder known as the Professor. If we examine, Courtney Stevens. Now, we also know that, Ms. Scythe has a daughter, which implies that she may very well be married. And in getting married, she may have changed her last name. Fascinating, isn't it? I wonder if perhaps they are the same Courtney? Perhaps? Oops.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh. You got something to say there? Mr. Ocelot?
Excuse me!
You have something to say in response to that, Mr. I was joking. I was joking about the Revolver Ocelot thing. I didn't realize his name was Ottermole. What the fuck, dude? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in those days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right, especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. I knew it. I knew it! What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. I knew it! Her maiden name. So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then. Excellent. Okay, so I think...
Hold it!
Oops, wrong button. Anyway. Go, 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 go. Move on, move on, move on. Yeah, okay. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I think we can pit you against you.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? Well, what can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. Ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
There we go. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does it have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy report of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The Professor's... The man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two-Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. There's one.
Quite right.
We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner.
It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
All right, that's 2. We need 2 more. Let's see. Ever inside the birdcage, it's conjecture. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. Well, there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present some suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
You don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely, this glass from the Crystal Tower.
What's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
A crystal tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Well? Pit you?
Objection.
Pit you. Now we have proper evidence.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, if you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Ooh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
All right, one more. Ah, well, me too then. Sorry? This brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See? I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. All right, we did it. Success! If you can call it that.
Thank you, Consul. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue.
We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. As someone who's highly influential? Yeah, really.
A waxwork of the despicable professor. He used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madam Two Spells. I really thought Lord Van Zykes would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well. I concur. Make arrangements for Madam Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? She's number 5. Hello, Jonah. How's it going? Yeah, just make juror number 5, her personality is corn. That's her entire personality. She eats corn. And she's possibly a child. Why she's on the jury? Who knows? Welcome on in, though. How's it going? How you doing? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court will now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madam Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Are we gonna get to see more Madam Two Spells? Hell yeah! Let's go. Let's go. I'm excited. Two Spells is, I love her. She's great. All right. Set this here. All right, we're gonna finish this case today. I'm hungry, but I'm finishing this case. Or at the very least, we're finishing this trial day, if it somehow extends into another day. Old Bailey, okay. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zykes is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zykes. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Now that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, née Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. In what particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe, and I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Forbidden by the head of the Justice Department. Jesus Christ. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. All right, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Honestly, that was some... Like, every now and then, Sholmes has this little twinkling, this little glimmer of, like, some real maturity and just some real, like... He's harboring something. Something real serious under the surface. And I'm very interested to find out what it is. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. I'm excited. I'm very excited. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Let's blow this sucker wide open, dude. I'm ready. I'm excited. I love this fucking game, man.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the Waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zykes.
my lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Trevor's responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Is that Sholmes? That's a waxwork of Sholmes! My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I am a waxwork artisan. The proprietress of Madame Two Spells, Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. I swear Mobile Twitch eats my point earnings. Aw, that sucks. So that sucks so much. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. A man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Well, Demange, it would seem you are unaware of the Two Spells principles. What principles? The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, oui, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. God damn. So, it's either her or her mother was present at the execution, right? That's my guess. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tussauds family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered. Really?
The gravedigger! The man sanctioned this!
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew? Only the gravedigger? What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster! Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Who was, of course, Drebber. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Okay, let's see. Not that one.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Bumka. However that's pronounced. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of this special exhibit, of course, the professor. Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tussauds.
Hold it!
Tell me about the gravedigger. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. Huh. What was the signal? You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Yeah, I figured. The muscles stiffen up. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Two Spells. Hang on. Let me check the record real quick. Let me see something here. Pseudonym of the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. It might be... Contract. Oh, I should check this, yeah. The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Anak Drebber, to fund labor and materials. Mr. Drebber's received 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or other income. We all have to... That's right. Mention that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. Well, nothing really new there. Let me examine this, though. Mad Sheep Rampage! Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Interesting. The Great Stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. What? A great sewer system. Oh! They're building the sewers. They're just making the sewers now. Locate cemeteries. Not free of the earth. The young man who witnesses a gunshot ring out suddenly from behind. Bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest. His breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he'd been holding when he ran for his life. So as he, crawled out, he was shot? Interesting. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Anak Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms. Interesting. It's significant. The information about rigor mortis you just shared with us. Would you mind including that in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. As dawn approached... Hold on a minute.
Hold it!
Hold on just a minute here. If dawn was approaching, that's more than 3 hours past midnight. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui, c'est ça. C'est ça. What? How do you say that? Hang on. What? That C with the little, like, hook under it. How do you pronounce that? Does anyone here know French? I don't know French. C'est ça? I don't know. Like ça? Okay, so it is c'est ça. Okay. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed on the subject. No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. Yeah, hang on a minute here. I think this is where this comes into play, right?
Objection!
Yeah, I thought so. Madam Two Spells, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a very long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Look at that long braid. That braid's very pretty.
Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. By heck!
Extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did? Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die it? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
It's gotta be this, right? The professor wasn't dead. He was buried, like, very much still alive, right? Like I feel like it has to be.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Mais oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There shall be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
Oh, but there is! He's in this very courtroom! On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness quite well. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes.
You'll substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber.
The previous witness.
A special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. We got him now. We got him now.
Order! 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 Surely not, counsel!
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But what's that would mean? Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my.
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me! Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of the night. It would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. Damn.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Interesting. So they're both all tied up in this professor case, and so is Scythe. They're all just like wrapped up in this so tightly. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive, a criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect, which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ugh! My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us herself. She told us so herself, didn't she? God, what the fuck is going on here? Why was the professor allowed to, like... Why was he, like, not killed? Why was he buried alive? What the fuck is going on? So, Enoch Drebber saw him come back to life, and then someone shot him dead. Oh, that's another question, though, isn't it? Who the fuck shot him dead? Look at the article. Look at the article, right? Hang on. Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover and clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. Who the fuck shot him? Who shot him? Yeah, and how did he survive the gallows? That's another great fucking question. There's so much to unravel here. Why did Dr. Scythe lie about the execution? Why did she lie about the time of death? Why did she let this man get buried alive? Why the fuck was he still alive? Who the fuck shot him? Why was Enoch there, like, digging shit up? Was he, like... He wasn't the gravedigger that, Two Spells, hired, apparently. Apparently that was someone else. So he is completely separate. He's got a shovel, though, so clearly he wanted to dig something up. He had his camera, which has a blood stain on it, apparently. And, or if that's even the same camera at the exhibit, because the camera we found at the exhibit has a blood stain on the bellows. Is that the same camera? It could be, for authenticity's sake, but the photographic plate was removed, so we don't know what fucking picture it took. This is, it's so beyond, like, comprehension here. Everything's all tied up in this in some weird, twisted knot. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Who did Scythe marry? We haven't met her husband. We just know that his last name is Scythe, and her maiden name is Stevens. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zykes. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zykes, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let's go! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Hell yeah, let's fucking go, Van Zykes! Let's fucking go! Let's nail these two fucking bitches!
Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it! The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Let's go, hell yeah, let's go! There she is. Oh, all three of them. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zykes. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer is known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in that graveyard that night, 10 years ago, wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Two-Spills. I mean...
Surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he?
And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Scythe don't have much to say here, does she?
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. What? Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now. Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah! The details in that article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of the Barclay Prison, so among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Huh. So we need to prove that what he saw was real. Somehow. Not sure how to do that. Let's see. Let me take a quick look through the evidence we have here. That's not gonna do it, that's not gonna do it, that's not gonna do it. Nope, nope. Let's see. No. 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 Possibly. If we can prove that he was there on the night and that he took a picture, we can prove that the bloodstain came from when the professor was shot, I think. Autopsy report. Trevor's contract. So I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
Strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reported from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. and it spread like the plague through the capital as the gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name, so I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned of the condemned man was the infamous... That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well... Let's press this. I want to see if, like, Madame Two Spells has something to say about this. That young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and... Comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? The camera! Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Yeah! Aha! Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
I still have it, monsieur. It is part of this special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Two Spells way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Hell yeah. Yes. Interesting. Why is it only 29 IQ? No. Zeal. That 29 is just like an automatic number they assign at the end of your like emote tag if you're not a partner. So all of my emotes have a 29 before them. I have more than 29 IQ. I swear. Yes, interesting. Details of the camera have been updated in the court record. I dreamed of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
Let me press this real quick. Just make sure there's not like another thing I need to like present to. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence we could show that he really did see the professor? Do you have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo? No. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Yeah. I know exactly what piece of evidence. Your goddamn camera.
Objection!
What? No? Huh? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, no? Press this a little bit. Hang on, I'm missing something here. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. But obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As an aspiring scientist, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way that it did. That I regret to this day. Something's not right here. What evidence proves that he was there and that he saw that? He took a picture, obviously. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm not, like... There hasn't been, like, some new bit here that's, like, been added here. Hang on. Let me flip this sucker open real quick. Hang on. Yep. Alright, so that's still got a check mark next to it. I don't have any new information to go off of then. Unless I open this up, maybe? I don't know. I can open up this part too, but I don't think it's going to tell me anything. Yeah, the photographic plate still isn't there. Okay. God, what to do then? I'll press this last statement, but I don't know. I don't think this is going to give me anything new. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, so I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, we'll expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. If he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly. But how the fuck to do that? Alright. We're saving here real quick. Because I'm about to fuck this up. Okay. So, I'm aware that this is the one that I need to show a contradiction to. I need to prove that he actually saw the professor. So what would prove that? Let's see. Mr. Asman, Mr. Trevor, detailing the 2023 thesis experiment. Scram the night for execution. It'd be the waxwork head. After all, he returned the body, but not the head. So he must have had a reason for hanging on to the head, right? That's my theory. Let's try it.
Objection!
Fuck, that's not it. What is it? What do I present? The camera's not it. So what is it? Could it be the... I don't think it could be the newspaper article, right? That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense.
Objection!
Oh, it is? What? Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Oh, I see. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
Ah, okay. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber.
What do you got to say? What do you have to say for yourself, buddy? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. I'm only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. The infected witness was a fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it!
That doesn't make any sense. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart was very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying side I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
Might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
Gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery. I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Oh?
Excuse me.
What's this, Madam Two Spells? What do you have to say? Leaders remembers Max Galactica. Or is it just me? Max Galactica. You know? Huh. Maybe just a little bit. Wait, which one's Max Galactica? Hang on. Names are like my sticking point. Oh no. Oh no, you're right. Oh no, Serana, you're right. Oh shit. I didn't even realize. Oh no. Well, Max isn't the worst witness, but he does come from the worst case. The worst case in the entire series. I have to admit, the hair, it's a little bit similar, isn't it? The clown case. Oh God, you're right. But hey, welcome on in, Serena. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good one. What's the overview on that worst case? Well, there's a clown for one. It's to call it a circus, yeah. You know that meme of Edgeworth where it has Edgeworth saying, "You're not a clown, you're the entire circus." That's the only good thing to ever come out of that case. The best part about that case is that it has an ending. At some point, the agony ends. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber would claim this now? If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Two Spells. Carry on. Trillo is just annoying. You're goddamn right. Trillo sucks. Honestly, every character in that entire case just sucks, dude. Like, I don't even know where to begin. It's just a misunderstanding after misunderstanding, all, like, brought to the point of, like, a murder that was an accident, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, my brain, like, I even just recently watched, like, RT Game do that case, and it's still, like, blotting out of my memory, because it's such, I don't even want to remember it. My brain makes a conscious effort to push it out, so I have space for other memories. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you are very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
That will do! Mr. Drebber!
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. We have evidence, though. We have evidence! And this, my friend, is where you've dug your own grave.
Objection!
Eat shit! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah! That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord! Are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Twospell's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Ugh. Ah! Oh, we got him now. We got this man. God, I will say, on the subject of, what was it, Turnabout Big Top? Yeah, I'm glad that there's no case like that in this game. Every case so far has been, like, interesting, or if it wasn't, like, if it wasn't super, like, plot relevant, it was at least brief. It was short. And the momentum keeps up really well. And there's not nearly as many bullshit contrivances as there was with Big Top. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. Or whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness! He's shielding someone!
Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Well, that's easy.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe.
What? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who's been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
Ooh, you mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, we got them now. We got them both now. Yes! There it is! There it is! The moment we've all been waiting for. Leg on desk! Lord Van Zykes! Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me!
It's just that the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. But an executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Trevor's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? I like how he leans back and ducks out of the way. That's great. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Don't mind me. I'm just doing this because, my 3 brain cells are struggling to wrap around this one at the moment. But I'll get it, don't worry. Okay. So, why would Drebber want him dead? Maybe... Hang on. Let me see here. There's a very real chance that Asman was a debt collector, right? He was a financier who exploited people's debts. It's possible that Drebber owed him money, This could very much be a case similar to the McGilded case, right? Board cage, defender, photograph. Let me take a closer look at this, actually. It's a picture of him, but I don't think it tells us anything. Appears wearing a monocle with black glass. Okay. Oh, it could be this. Right? This could have something to do with it. It could be that Mr. Asman had something to do with ruining, his reputation, right? And exposing his name? Maybe Asman is the one that exposed Drebber's name? Possibly? And that's what got him expelled from university. Let's see. Disciple student, resident student dorms. Doesn't say... Wait a minute. There it is! Oh, Asman! He was the reporter!
Take that!
Oh, shit! I missed the fucking signature! It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
That would be the contract, which also has his signature on it, right? There it is. There it is, baby!
Take that!
Let's go! Let's fucking go! It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves that I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? Right there. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature!
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Oh, we got him against the ropes now. He's got his ass in the coals. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. There's your goddamn motive, baby. A bigger motive than money can buy. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? That would be the science trophy. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. What now? Oh, I see. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
Really? She's just confessing just like that, huh? Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Damn. I didn't expect her to fold so quickly. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. The great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Shit! Oh, we're not done here. This man won't go down without a fucking fight! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zykes. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence!
Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
We demand one final testimony. Jesus Christ, this really is going on a long time. I'm bordering on 6 hours here, dude. Fuck.
You do realize that I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
Bro, I'm hungry. I want to eat dinner. This better be the last twist, dude. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take like a 2-minute like recess here. All right. Actually, no. Let me just check something. I'm just gonna check something like real quick. I need to check DoorDash. I don't have any food in my house. I need to make sure I'm able to order something before everything closes. That is like what's most important right now. So let me just make sure that things aren't about to like close on me and I won't be able to get anything to eat. Let me go back here. I gotta find what's open. Sorry, really, please bear with me. I really didn't expect the stream to go on this long. I don't know. What should I order here? All right, let me see. How late does this place deliver? I think this place usually delivers pretty late, right? Hang on. Delivers until 10:30. Okay. I found a place that delivers until 10:30. I will. This should be over well before then. I'm assuming this is going to wrap up closer to 9:30 my time, so I'll still have like an hour to place an order. Pizza? I'm thinking wings, actually. Hello, Maho. Welcome on in. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes. In hindsight... yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I hope you've been having fun then, Maho. I'm having a lot of fun with this. This has been a great case. Must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until the very last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zykes?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You're what? Lord Van Zykes. Yeah, Lord Van Zykes has a pretty deep stake in this too. His brother was killed by the professor. If something like happened that went wrong with the professor's execution, Van Zykes is gonna be fucking livid.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Tag team, let's go. With me and Van Zykes together, nothing can stop us. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team, who dressed the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Interesting. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report, then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? But that's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. All right. So we gotta figure out where the lie is here. This is gonna be a big think moment. Okay, let me see something. Let me check the court record real quick. The first question is, what haven't we used yet? We've used this, we've used that, I haven't really used this. Well, it came up, but we didn't need to physically present it. I don't think that tells us anything. The killer's autopsy report. Okay, so there's something that's bothering me, right? There is one thing in particular that's really bothering me. His neck was snapped, and he was stabbed in the chest. That's something that's really, really bothering me. Why both? If the fall killed him, what was the point in stabbing him? These are the things we need to figure out. And then, of course, we have the screwdriver, which is one of Hairbrain's tools here, which was supposedly used to do the shooting, but also it's very possible that that a crossbow bolt could have been the thing that shot him. But that would imply that he was inside the balloon and not in the and not under the stage. So that would mean it would have to be a waxwork under the stage? That can't be. People very clearly saw him moving around and get bolted in. There would be no time to move that cage into the balloon. So the thing in the balloon has to have been the waxwork. I think that's almost certain, right? I'm gonna have to press these statements. I'm pressing all of them. I'm not sure where the flaw is here. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zykes. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened between the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork... I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Dreba and returned to Madame Two-Spells. I see. And when you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone had obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Hang on. This one's important. I can feel it. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of... fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrained alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrained's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. See. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Thought I was gonna sneeze. Sorry. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? I want her to supplement her testimony with, is... Alright. This is gonna be the thing that we need to present to, right? Has to be. Belongs to Mr. Enoch Drebber, right? Is this machine very distinctive handle? So, it's either what she did, or what was the other thing? The real cause of death. So... Right. If the crossbow was what killed him... See, the thing is, I don't see the contradiction just yet. Wait, let me take a look at this picture again. Bloodstain for sure. Glass. Something... Is it? Let's see. We've investigated every aspect of this. So there's two options here, right? See. Yeah, this picture pretty clearly shows that it couldn't have been anyone but Asmund in there, because it's not in the same pose that the waxwork was in. Let me check the autopsy report one more time. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement, vertebra most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. What is it? I don't know if it's the real cause of death. I think it'd have to be what she did to the victim, right? How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay toppled in the cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
Keep going, keep going. So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay, I feel like we gotta push these other things to change a piece of evidence then.
Hold it!
Because it feels like I still don't have the link just yet. The entire team, in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murder, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. I froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. Those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Let's see. Cage and plunge the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
Let me try putting the other piece of testimony up here. I'll have her amend it with the other piece, right? And I just want to see what we get from that, right? Or change it. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about the real cause of death, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well.
Hold it!
Let's see, hang on. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. God, what could it be? I'm so stuck on this one. Stabbed in the chest. So either I need to prove that the actual cause of death was the stabbing, or... Measures October around 2:20 p.m. God, which is it? How do I prove it? I don't think this proves much of anything, does it? I don't see anything. This is the only one I've really truly been stumped on, I think. This I really don't think is gonna give us much of anything. Let me see. There's the glass from the Professor Waxwork. So... is there anything else that the birdcage can tell us? Some way to prove that the trauma didn't snap his neck. I mean, all the trauma is in the base. You'd think that would, like, cushion the blow at least a little bit, right? Huh. So many things to, like, work with here. I'm really not sure about this one. I'm stumped. You're wearing the helmet on the birdcage? No, that helmet won't come off. That's firmly stuck to the waxwork head. That helmet is not going anywhere. Is there anything more to find now that we know that this belongs to Drebber? Right, okay. Flip that open to a crossbow, sure. Is there anything else to find here? Like you wind around the order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Far more powerful accurate than a longbow. Just see here. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. In fact, if I had one of those, I could beat me cosmic fire. Is there anything else this can tell us? I was really hoping there would be. Just something, anything this crossbow could tell us. Some new information now that we know that it belongs to Drebber. God. Looking through the grill in the base of what remained of the kinesis machine, it has a very distinctive handle. God, I really don't know.
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Either I prove that she didn't stab him, or I prove that the stabbing was what caused the death.
Objection!
I'm really at this stage, aren't I? Or I'm just randomly throwing evidence around. Shit. I really don't know. Okay, this is a real head scratcher. Hang on. Tower, Reaper track, lost cat. Let me see. This doesn't tell us much. There must be something I'm missing somewhere here. Could it be... I wonder.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, that's not it. God, I am stuck. Or I have to prove that it wasn't her that stabbed him?
Objection!
No, not the birdcage. Oh, God. What else is there? What else could possibly prove this? Particle, no. Not the explosion photograph. Can this prove anything?
Objection!
No. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna try the other statement then. We're standing on like two possible statements, and...
Hold it!
Nope, that's the wrong one to get that swapped. So I gotta figure out, okay. I think I can be fairly confident that the fall was what killed him.
Hold it!
So I have to prove that she either didn't drive that screwdriver into his chest, or something? Birdcage opened it up, took the screwdriver in both hands, and plunged it into the man's chest. That was simply a matter of recording the stab wound and as the cause of death on the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. Testimony. Yeah, okay, give me this. Cage and plunge the screwdriver into his chest. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm pretty fucking stuck on this one. This is like the first time I've ever felt really, truly stumped.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Okay, let's see. Let me press this one more time. Let me get all the details one more time. I need to refresh them. You stabbed Asmund with this. Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. A welcoming change. Victim died. Find the report. Something's not right. What is it? God. It's gotta be...
Objection!
No? Zeal, it's not really gonna be worth doing that. We're right at the end of the case. I'd rather finish it.
Hold it!
Oh, fuck, wrong button. Alright, come on. I gotta figure this out. This is like the first time in both of these games where I've had to do the age-old Ace Attorney strat of present everything until you find the thing that it's looking for. Wait. Wait a minute.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water.
Thank you, Zeal.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, ditch.
Maybe it's the fact that the birdcage doesn't have any bloodstains in it?
Objection!
No? God, what is it? I don't know what they're looking for here. It has to be one of these two statements. They wouldn't, like, have me adding statements to this if it weren't the case. So, what do they want? The toppled cage. Wait. Oh! It's not whether or not she stabbed him, it's whether the cage was toppled. There's not enough space under the thing for the cage to, like, topple over.
Objection.
No, not that. Okay, the photograph then. The photograph, right? Right? Okay, I think I'm on the track here. I think I got it. Right, here.
Objection.
No? What? Okay, that's not it either, apparently. Well, then what the fuck is it? I can't prove that the birdcage wasn't toppled then. Can I? Christ. I don't...
Objection.
What? How? Wait. Okay, I'm reloading this just to get my strikes back. But what? Hang on. How does that prove it? How does that fucking prove it? Wait, what? Oh, wait, I saved by accident. Shit. I did the opposite of the thing I wanted to do. Whoops. Okay. I've got a nasty feeling this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. Wait. What? Okay, wait, no, I need to examine this one more time. I need to figure out how that proves anything. Went to the birdcage, opened it up, and stabbed him in the chest. Okay. Wait. How is that wrong? Hold on. I need to figure this out on my own before they tell me the answer. Hang on. So how does this prove that what she said was false? That he wasn't dead? No, I don't think that's it. Prove that somehow either the cage wasn't toppled or that she couldn't have stabbed him like that. Something that would now happen if the birdcage was lying. That would not happen if the birdcage was... Oh! Oh! Fuck! The blood trickled down! If he was lying on his back, it would have spread out evenly. The birdcage was standing upright! So it trickled down! Oh my god. Ah, that's what it was. Shit. That was a really hard one. That was a really hard one.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction toward the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it would have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as the result of a note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Only one strike left. Let's see. The stabbing of the victim, right? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightfully pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. Is this a fucking repeat of the hanging, where the guy wasn't actually dead? When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh, no. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. And his neck clipped through his collar. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage, just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. She's a murderer. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order! 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 Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Dr. Nahodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic, don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asmund was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say that that does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill for... No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asmund, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once!
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund. The scalpels? Why the scalpels? It's true. The scalpels that we saw in the report yesterday, they were ordering like 500 scalpels per month, which is ridiculous, but why would the scalpels lead to wanting to kill Mr. Asmund? I think this is it though, right? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
Ah. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
$500 scalpels? A month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmund's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. I was right, it was a debtor that killed him! Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmund was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Holy shit! Holy shit! God damn! And the worst part of this all is that it all digs up even more like mystery, all this corruption in the force. There's so much more to go off of here. There's 2 cases after this, and I have to imagine they're going to tie real heavily into this. Jesus Christ. So, you know, if, I don't normally do this, but if you're new around here and you haven't followed yet, be sure to follow so you can catch me next time, as we delve deeper and deeper and work towards the end of this. I'm very excited. And I hope you are too. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Logate Cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of those events was all true. Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened, even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Jesus. Yeah, he's bitter as hell, but I understand where he's coming from. The police covering that shit up ruined his future. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... That is heavy shit, dude.
Lord Van Zykes, what of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain...
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery, others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zykes. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak. Aww, he's sticking up for his friend. You love to see it.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial really has made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Had to get one more in there. Had to get one more in there. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's to become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant...
not guilty! Throw up the fireworks! Yeah! Fireworks indoors! Yeah! Ah.
Court is adjourned.
Oh, what a fucking case! Holy shit. It's over. That was some trial. Oh, we did it. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Usato, I am truly, truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here, too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Barrack? Lord Van Zykes, what are you doing in here? Barrack! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. That's so cute. Hang on. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Barrack. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrack. Lord Van Zykes. What's this all about? Unnecessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zykes at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we both know that Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Barrack! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zykes? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrain. Well,
To me,
once the dust is
warriors
settled,
of light!
you must visit me in Shark! Sid! Hello! Welcome on in! Hello, everyone! Welcome on in. Hello. Pasta Bolognese, thank you for the follow. Sid, how was your stream? What were you doing? I'm gonna, hang on, I need to shout out, Shark-Sided. Hang on. Please go check out Shark-Sided. Sid is very cool. Sid, what were you doing? What was your stream? I hope it went well. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, Papers, Please. God, I love Papers, Please. That's great. Zorn, hello. Welcome on in. How far did you get? Did you finish the game? How deep in are you? Like, I've played through that whole game. It's great. I'm playing the Great Ace Attorney, and unfortunately, we've just finished the case. We're in the epilogue right now. We got blown up by a guy on a motorcycle. Oh yeah, the terrorist attacks in Papers, Please are more than a little tense. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. We're just wrapping this up. 6.5 hours later. I'm very hungry. But yeah. What? Shark. Sid, how did you miss all 3 shots? Wait a minute. Come on. Unbelievable. But you're really welcome on in, everybody. I'm Alistair Arsene, Prince of Thieves. You may have seen me around in like Sid's server, sometimes in chat. I make stream when I can, but the time zones, hard.
Drink water, drink water, drink.
Thank you for the hydrate, Zorn.
Drink water, drink water, bitch.
Also, I hope you like my my hydrate redeem sound. I'm very proud of it. I like this one too. I love that sound redeem so much. But yeah, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be going a whole lot longer, but please feel free to drop a follow. We got some fun stuff lined up for the coming week. We're going to be going on to case 4 of the Great Ace Attorney. We'll be wrapping up the Wonderful 101, which, by the way, heavily recommend that you tune in for that one, because the ending of the Wonderful 101 is, personally, in my opinion, the most hype ending to a video game I have ever seen. It is the best ending, and I'm extraordinarily excited to share it with people. So yeah, please feel free to follow the channel if you're at all interested in that. Did I say that I'm the Prince of Thieves? I am the Prince of Thieves. As you can see, I got this this neat little crown on my head. But yeah, if you couldn't tell, I don't know how to do an intro yet. Still practicing that. But yeah, Wonderful 101, really good game next week. Tune in maybe. It's gonna be fun. I'm also gonna turn off, I'm not gonna explain why, but I might be turning off Nightbot's limiters on, you know, caps and emote spam for a very particular scene. And, you know, the more people in chat, the cooler it'll be. Just saying. I'm just saying. Anyway. I'm gonna finish this epilogue here, right? Okay. Anyway, goodbye for now. We just proved that man innocent, and now he's fleeing the country. Because in this part of Britain, there is there's this curse that, this was the prosecutor here, Von Zykes. There's this curse that if you're prosecuted by Van Zykes, the Reaper will come for you. And if you're actually guilty, but you get acquitted, you'll be killed by the Reaper. Some people think that Barrack is the Reaper. Some people think that, you know, the Reaper is someone else. Who knows? Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh. I think we're about to get a big reveal here. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get the sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. I wonder what he wants to talk about. The enigma, Barrack von Zykes. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Yeah, so this case in particular had a lot of deep-reaching consequences. It exposed some fraud by Scotland Yard. It exposed a lot of, like, ties to this man here, the professor, an infamous mass murderer. You can almost think of him as like this universe's Jack the Ripper. Supposedly, he wasn't executed properly. It was covered up by the coroner, and he like rose from his grave, not dead, and was shot dead by someone who witnessed it. So, it goes pretty deep, really. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Yeah, that's true. Van Zykes is not secret about his distaste for the Japanese. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zykes. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then, too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! It was 16 years ago, then. One of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zykes. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. Oh, it was one of the visiting students, wasn't it? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. And that's why the government covered it up. Because if a Japanese man had been a mass murderer, the most infamous mass murderer, that would have been a governmental, a political catastrophe. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier,
Oh?
I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Voiced cutscene? All right, Shark, enjoy your lurk. Take care.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Is he gonna unlock the mask?
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork.
Oh my god, we're gonna see the face!
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Holy shit. Who is it?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Is it? Oh no. Is that... It's Kazuma's, like, father, isn't it?
Father.
Holy shit!
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Oh my god! Holy shit! He's even still got the wind! His hair is fluttering in a breeze that doesn't exist! Oh! Shit! Fuck, man! Oh, my heart! My fucking heart! Oh! Oh, man!
Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Oh!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Oh, my heart!
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma. I owe
Oh,
you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence. Oh,
the katana.
Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Holy shit, dude.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Oh, God. Holy shit.
With this by my
Fuck,
side,
it's 10:10
I
at
always
night!
felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I'm really sorry to interrupt this, but I need to just really quickly do something. Hang on. I need to order food, like, immediately before this place closes. It's gonna close in 20 minutes. I need to place my order now. Hang on, this will take like 2 seconds. I'm sorry to ruin the moment, but if I don't order, I'm gonna starve. Hang on. Just give me a minute. Just a second. All right. Hang on. This will only take a second. Hang on. But yeah, what a fucking revelation! Like, I guess I didn't expect Cosma to come back this quickly. Oh no, the place is already closed. Damn it. Oh shit. Oh no. It closed. It said it wasn't closing until 10:30. Oh, come on. Oh shit. Where else can I order from? This place maybe? How late are you guys open? Until 11:30. Okay, cool. I'm not taking any chances. I'm placing an order, like, right now. Okay? Hang on. I wasn't expedient enough. No, it seems not, Ella. Thank you. Look, at 11:30, we can get there in a minute. Get some Taco Bell? Maybe. I might. Okay, we're good. Let's go. To all my new viewers, my streams don't normally run this late, so ordering food at the last minute isn't something that normally happens.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
He's gonna cut him down. Holy shit!
Kazuma-sama.
Oh my god.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Holy
That's
shit.
all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Jesus. So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosmo Lord Van Zykes' apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Jesus. Fuck. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san, all this tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. Took time to adjust to having father around, just when I was starting to get used to it. Called me into his study one day. Okay, this is still going? Let me actually place the order. I didn't place the order because I'm like, oh, well, they're open until 11:30. I can spare a few minutes. All right. They're clearly going to keep going with this. So let me at least get the food, like, on the way, shall we? All right, I'm ordering fried shrimp. That sounds good. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And, let's see, anything else here? Just scrolling through the menu real quick, see if there's anything else I want. Ooh, onion ring. I'm going to get a side of onion ring because I am very hungry. And if I don't eat them all, I can just heat some up tomorrow. This is going to be the first thing I eat all day, by the way. Ha 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 hee hee. I know how to take care of myself. Hey he ha. Let's see. Is everything in order here? Okay, cool. Place that order, please. Thank you. Oh, Lord above. I'm gonna come over there. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Have you always been a VIP and just never noticed it before? Possibly. I don't know how long ago I gave people VIP badges. I had a thought to do it at some point, and I did it. I don't know. He called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met. As for the eating, don't make me hit you with the insulin stick!
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Look, I didn't expect this case to take 7 hours, okay? I thought we were gonna be done in like half the time.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
It was a constant case of, oh, it's only gonna be 1 more hour. Oh, it's only gonna be 1 more hour. Oh, it's only gonna be 1 more hour. It's only gonna be 1 more hour.
As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Ooh. Ah, finally. Oh, praise Jesus. End. Yes, save my progress, please, for the love of God. Okay. Okay. There we go. Hello, everyone. Oh, I still got the sad eyebrows on. Hang on, let me fix that. Okay, so, if you're still here from the raid, thank you for sticking with me. Even though I'm sure a lot of that didn't make sense without the, 7 hours of context beforehand. The Wonderful 101 will be playing this week, much less, story-heavy game. I can explain that very quickly. Aliens invaded. You are a team of superheroes stopping the invasion. That's it. Congratulations, you're caught up. And the ending is like super, super hype. I'm so excited. You don't understand. One of my favorite endings to a video game. If you've ever played Bayonetta, it's the same dev team and like not developer, producer, lead, designer. What is Kamiya again? What's Yoshi P again? Producer, I guess? I don't know. Either way, it's like if you took Bayonetta, if you took like the scale and the hype and the energy of Bayonetta and you cranked it up as high as it could possibly go, and then you ripped the knob off. That's it. Yeah. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. That'll be this week. I'll probably do it on Sunday just so we have time to get through all 3 of the final chapters. So that'll be good. Oh yeah, by the way, since you're here, that's right. Since there's a whole bunch of people here, I have a Discord. Feel free to, stop by, hang out. There's a suggestion channel for games. We got like all the fun meme stuff. It's a good time. Highly recommended. Come on, hang out. I gotta do a movie night at some point too. It might not be for a little while. Real life's a little busy right now, but in like 2 months, I'll have a bit more free time. Let's see what else. So we'll be continuing this tomorrow. I might give this a week off because next week I'm also going to be doing I have even more stuff to take care of during the week. So it's probably just going to be 2 streams next week. It's probably just going to be Monday and Sunday, which I don't like to do. I like to do at least 3 streams a week, but real life has to take some priority, sadly. What might I think should take 8-ish weeks. It's not even savage. It's not even rating. That's the only thing. I've got other stuff that's going on in my own real life. So let's see. Yeah, Unamused has a pretty good idea of what it is. So, Wonderful 101. We'll probably continue this. I might give this a week off, and I might start something new. So that'll be fun. So let's see. Who are we raiding? Oh, I know who we're raiding. Someone I haven't been able to raid in a little while. A new friend of mine. Good new friend of mine. We're gonna raid Eros. Eros is a lot of fun. She's playing God of War. The PS4 one. Dad of Boy. That's the one. If you haven't followed the channel yet, be sure to do that. We're very close to our follower goal here. If you look down at my side here, we are 193 out of 200. And when we hit that, I'll be doing a big edutainment showcase. I'm very excited about that. I'm gonna show off all the old edutainment games from when I was a kid, because all the YouTube channels, they talk about like Putt Putt, Slylock Fox. I didn't have those growing up. I didn't play those. I played Jumpstart. I played Reader Rabbit. I played Clue Finders. Those are the games that I recognize. So those are the ones I'm excited about. As for what we do tomorrow, it's not gonna be the Wonderful 101. Like I said, doing that Sunday, so we have time to get through everything. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'll think of something. I've kind of wanted to stream Genshin lately, because I've never done that. I might stream some Genshin. I've got like a bunch of new areas that I need to explore, and I have a bunch of Prima Gems saved up for pulling on the current banners. So maybe. Anyway, here's the raid message. If you don't have a subscription, you can use points to unlock an emote. Anyway, time's running out. Take care, y'all, and I'll see you next time. Peace.